Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and finally back. And finally back. I hope that everyone has had a good weekend, and that the last week of my absence has not been absolutely unbearable. I appreciate everyone for coming back. Woo! Good to see you all again. It's good to be live. It's good to be here. How are you doing? Jaden, Keith, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's ignore the bot allegations, shall we? And just be friends, yeah? Just take everything nice and easy, I think, is in order. So, I should probably talk a little bit about why I was not here last week. I should probably talk a little bit about why I was not here last week. IRL things were insane. So, I had some obligations that I had to fulfill on Monday and Tuesday that were on the opposite side of the continent. And yeah, I needed to go and do that. And I only arrived like really late at home on Tuesday night, and then I had to go and do a whole bunch of catch-up admin and mad things. So yeah, that was wild. And then Friday was my brother's birthday, so there was preparations for that and a big family get-together on Saturday as well. And then to top it all off, today a window blew out in my house, so we had that madness. It was wild. Harry, when I see you post 3 incoming live streams this week last night, I quietly squealed in happiness. Yay! I am so glad. Yay! I'm so happy to hear that you are excited for the streams. For once, I've actually set them up ahead of the week actually going forward. Hopefully, I will have everything set in such a way that if things break, I will not have the next one starting when it's not ready to start yet. Hopefully, I should probably go and just make sure that they are not sharing the same stream keys. Just so that it can't be messy. Happy belated birthday to your brother. Thank you. I will pass on the message. So yeah, it's been a wild week in my world this week past. I did not have the capacity to stream amongst everything that was happening. So we are finally back to some semblance of normalcy. And it's gonna be an interesting week. So I'm pretty sure you guys might have seen the schedule that is coming up. So let me actually just go here really quickly and make sure that I've got the right one for the week so that we can just go through it very quickly. So this week we've got a bunch of commission stuff that is going to be happening. And then on Thursday, we're going to be having a collaboration, and it's going to be a ton of fun. We are collaborating with Pessimistic Hype. We see him in chat frequently as well. And we are going to be doing a Uma Musume watch-along. And I'm very excited for that. It is basically a primer for the Durban July, which is happening on Saturday. A massive horse race in South Africa. And it just so worked out that we could do the collaboration just before the Durban July, not long after the English release of the new Uma Musume Pretty Derby game, which is pretty cool that it all just worked out that way. So, I am very new to the franchise, but I've been enjoying what little bit I have interacted with so far. So I'm very much looking forward to watching that movie with hype. And I hope that you guys are going to enjoy it as well. We will make the resources available closer to the time. But also check out Hype's profile. He's also super excited for it. I don't know if he's going to be posting the source information ahead of the time, more ahead of the time than I would. So please keep your eyes peeled on his profile. Go give him a follow as well. He's on X, Twitter, and also on YouTube. He primarily and only streams on YouTube at the moment. So please go give Hype some support as well. And yes, we are going to be continuing with our summer Art of the Globy Lads on Wednesday. But today and tomorrow is Commissions Day. And speaking of Hype, we are going to be working on Hype's character design. So we have an iteration that is in the schedule graphic that I need to kind of clean up and actually put in the iteration sheet, because I've still got 2 more iterations to do for that. So yes, I don't know what Uma Musume is. Can you please explain it? Okay, so Uma Musume is translation horse girls. So it is an anime franchise and a game franchise where you have horse girls who run, and they basically race in this alternate version of modern Earth. And each of these horse girls are named after a racehorse from our iteration of reality. So you could say it's like a classic gacha scenario where you've got a bit of a character collection thing going on, but the girls are all super cute, and it's an interesting setup because on the game side you are basically the horse girls trainer, so you're trying to help them achieve their runner's dreams, and it's very interesting. It's kind of like a strategy game almost, a little bit, because each horse girl has her own strengths and preferred terrain, and it's a very interesting setup. I think that I do not want to spoil how it works too much. The game is something I've only literally been playing for like 2 days now. Between opening my eyes and actually getting conscious enough to actually crawl out of bed in the mornings. And I've been enjoying it so far. I'm still on the learning curve, but it's been fun. It's been fun. So yes, I don't want to devoid you of the joy of exploring it for yourself. But if you like character collection games, and if you like helping your characters grow and develop and excel in their strengths, there's also story modes for each character as well. So if you are interested in that sort of gameplay, the game is really good. And there is also anime related as well. Obviously there's the movie that we're going to be watching on Thursday. I know there is more available than what I know of personally. So it's something that it's something that I think is worth exploring. Let's just leave it at that. I've seen something similar to that a few years ago, but I never really watched any full episodes. The name didn't really click. Ah, yes. Yeah, Uma Musume has had a little bit of a hard time breaking into the Western market up until now, but I think with the Pretty Derby game in the English release, it's going to start becoming a little bit more widely known. Yeah. But yeah, that's what's on the game plan for this week. Just doing a quick sound check. Is everything okay? No weird doubling or anything like that? I just want to make sure, because it has been a week. A little bit more than a week since I was last live, so I just want to make sure I haven't somehow managed to break anything. I did do checks yesterday, but I still feel like it's always a good idea to just do a quick sound check. She says 16 minutes into the stream. But yes. Are we all good? Let me just make sure I've got this up. Here we go. And I want to just grab this like that. And I need to, I need to just quickly open up a reference here, because we're going to be starting tonight's stream with another 15-minute sketch batch for Ida the Great, and then we're going to dive into Hype's character design. Greetings, Misslings! Hope you're doing fine and wonderful stream to you, Ria. Thank you, Hype! Hello, hello, good to see you! Audio sounds all good to me? Fantastic, fantastic. Awesome sauce! So let us dive right in. So we are going to start off with a couple of 15-minute sketches for Ida the Great, our Carnotaurus friend. And then we are going to get into the character design. So I am going to just very, very, very quickly just sort something out with my seating arrangement, because something is desperately uncomfortable and needs revision. One moment, please. And we should be there, we should be there, we should be there. Make sure that this cable isn't going to click buttons by accident because it's lying in the wrong place. There we go. Okay. So, we're going to start with our 15-minute sketch batches. I just want to make doubly certain. Timers. There we go, 15 minutes is there, so ready to make it visible when we go. Now, we have got a little bit of new lore with Ida, so let us dive right in. So it turns out that our Carnotaurus friend is actually a Fight Club champion. And apparently has his own gym and such. So let's do something a little bit more athletic with him, yeah? That is not the right angle for that. There we go. Time check, 12 minutes down. Okay. Tidy up our anatomy a little bit. There we go. Okay, I really need to actually start learning the names of these muscle groups so that I can actually describe what I'm working on as I clean these up. I've learned what they look like, but I still need to actually memorize their names. So that I can actually talk about what I'm thinking as I go through the process. Okay, so he's got tail in a little bit of a relaxed position there. I want to have his head a little bit lower down. There we go. My mum made us some scrambled eggs, buttered toast, pan-fried chopped potatoes with sauteed tomatoes for brunch. Ooh, wow. Didn't really taste anything because I was too hungry and distracted. Oh no! And it sounds like such a great brunch too. Shame. Time check, 8 minutes. Okay. Okay, almost got it, almost got it. There we go. Time check, 6 minutes. Come on, almost there. That ain't right. This index finger has got the wrong angle. And that's the hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I will do so as soon as I am done with this sketch. I promise. I will do mine then. But the hydrates are fixed! The hydrates are fixed. Yay! Okay, 3 minutes left on this clock. Let's see if I can get his facial features in nicely in that time. Should probably zoom in on this reference so that I can recall what exactly his shapes were like facially. There we go. Okay. "56 seconds left. No! I'm not gonna have enough time on standard. I really don't want to have to actually just change the information on that. Service option, but oh well. Because at this rate, I am actually just spending 20 minutes per sketch. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. Why? Because I'm getting caught in the details. Let me just doubly check here. What did it do on this reference? In terms of the side ones, actually, it doesn't actually give much information to go with at all. Okay. Slightly long and fluffy, okay. Okay, and we're going into 5 minutes of overtime. Okay, let's clear these. Okay. Now we're going to go to the next layer down, and we're going to go. This is going to be 5. And this brush. And 50. 25. And back to 50. Time check, 1 minute left. Alright, so far so good. Five. I just want to check over here. With my previous sketch batch, I just want to check what I did in terms of my coloring methodology. Okay, everything is like several shades darker than was previous time, but it's fine. And okay, that's time. Okay, that's sketch number 1. Not happy with that location. Let's put it on the side. Okay. So, group that, and that is number 1. Let's make a new layer for sketch number 2. It needs 2 layers, and then a new folder for sketch number 3 also needs 2 layers. Okay. Alright, first one down. Woo! And there was a hydrate that I needed to take, so let's take that real quick. The next one is going to pop up halfway through the next sketch. I just know it. Okay. Are we all holding out okay so far? There's one line that I forgot needs to just bridge there. Just close off the line of the arm there. Alright, number 2. Let us go. Let's do something a little bit more actiony, I think. I've got an idea. Let's go. I want to increase the foreshortening on this a little bit. I'm not sure how I feel about this one, but oh well, I'll save what I had in mind for the second one from just now. I'll do the other pose afterwards. This is fine. This is good. As well. It's also got its purpose. Okay, now we begin the cleanups. I'm not happy with that angle. Now I'm not happy with the scale, so now change that. Time check, 10 minutes. Okay. That. There we go, there we go. Okay, so far so good. Flip to check. Okay. Now let me get extras around here. I don't get lost. Time check, 5 minutes. Okay. Alright, getting there, getting there. I am glad I opened this day with anatomy for maps. In between my first and second sleeps today. Let's get back into the swing of things. Minutes. Okay. Nothing like a little bit of motion blur to save us some time. Tanya Fun on Net. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Hello, hello. Your model is lovely for an entire fortress. Why followers only mode though? It's just for hate raid protection, really. It's just for hate raid protection. There's no need to suffer abuses before you start implementing safeguards, right? Do you get those? I never have. Just because I've not been unfortunate enough to be on the receiving end doesn't mean it will never happen. So I would rather just protect everyone from the potential of it before needing the precaution. Because suffering it the first time, no one needs to deal with that emotional damage, in my personal opinion, so I don't see the reason to leave oneself open to attack only to feel sorry that it happened later. having a good solid guard is quite useful. Ah, 12 seconds! No, I'm not gonna make it on the timer. Oh well. Yep, I'm going to definitely be changing this to a 20-minute sketches instead of 15. Because it's just... not working out to stick to 15. I mean, I got a bot follow raid, which made me laugh because they were cleared by Cerebot a few minutes after a single command. Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. Okay. 5 minutes overtime. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And take a sip. Once again, I will do so at the end of this 5 minutes. After clearing what I need to do here. Okay. Let me do this one barehanded because I don't actually see hand wraps in his reference, so I should not include those all the time. Okay. Almost there, Ida. Almost there. Ida? Yes. I drank a half a mug of coffee. I think I'm good. Oh, wow. Yeah. I have a timer that goes off every half an hour for hydrate reminders so that everyone in chat can stay healthy. But Ida is the name of the guy that we're drawing right now. It's a VTuber by the name of Ida the Great. Echo Delta Alpha is the spelling on that. This is a batch of 3 15-minute sketches, asterisk 20-minute sketches, that I am doing. It's going to be 75 on this one. Boom. That size will be good. There we go. And clear the excess. Eek. Fine, fine, fine. And after we've done the last of these 15-minute sketches, 20-minute sketches, then we are going to be continuing with character design work for Pessimistic Hype. I never need a hydrate reminder. Yeah, I am the sort of person who, if I'm in the zone, I forget to eat for an entire day, so I need reminders. And Chaos Cat wants to leave the room, and the timing is atrocious. No. I will assist you momentarily, Chaos. Please just give me a minute and 8 seconds. I need reminders for food, but not to drink. Yeah. I've found that if I don't stream, my hydration routine completely vanishes into the abyss, and I dehydrate so desperately badly. It's pathetic. Yeah, Chaos, I know. I'll help you out in a second. Just give me a minute. Okay, and 25. And time. Wait. Thank you. And I'm just going to quickly fill in the pants as well, because otherwise it's gonna look really weird. Cause contrast. Okay, save, and let me let this cat out of my room quickly. Okay. Chaos Cat is released. Are you British, by the way? Not quite. Not quite. I watched a lot of British TV when I was smaller, so I did pick up the accent a little bit. But my accent has a weird way of changing every couple of seconds. I don't know 1 minute to the next what I sound like. I can't predict it. I try to get some sort of consistency, but I'm not always very good at maintaining it. What I'm trying to do is keep some Americanisms out, because I do realize that, especially with my R's, sometimes I have a habit of I'm developing a habit which I don't like, where I'm starting to overpronounce the R's, and I don't like it. I love how you sound. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Okay, so that is 2 out of 3 sketches for Ida. Now, number lost, and then that is ready for delivery when stream is over. Okay. Are we ready? First, I want to just hydrate real quick. Thank you. Coffee, fresh coffee. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Fresh coffee just as I take a sip of water. It's fine. Okay, so I had an idea for what I wanted to do with number 3. Now I just want to make sure that I've got this idea solidified, so that as soon as I hit the timer, it will actually develop properly. I'm impressed by your drawing skills and jealous. All I can do is 3D. No, 3D is amazing. 3D is amazing. I'm trying to learn 3D as well. The rigging side of things is just monstrous. But 3D is really impressive as well. And if you've got 3D down, it becomes a lot easier to get better at your 2D stuff. So, yeah, I think the crossover is amazing. Yay, weight painting. Oof, yeah. Weight painting is ugly words. I know that such a thing as weight painting exists, and I theoretically know how it's supposed to work. But between that and bone constraints and getting things that are conditional movements, it's crazy. I'm just getting to weight painting, so my clothes would move with my model. Yeah, that's an important part of things. It would be kind of awkward if your clothes just kind of stayed there like a mannequin while you were moving around. Been there and made that mistake in the past. Oof. Not that I've ever actually finished a model, but when I was first starting out dabbling with 3D many moons ago, I tried a little bit of kit bashing, and ish. that was wild time when I was still first introduced to the concept of MMD. I believe that was a while ago. I think I was still in high school at the time. It was ages back. Haven't made a character yet, but I've been redesigning my VTubers, so I've been making clothes and accessories. Ooh, nice. Are you more into the clothing and fabric side of modeling, or more characters or hard surface modeling? What do you think is the part that you enjoy most of the modeling side of things? I'm still just trying to decide exactly 100% how I'm doing this post. I want to get into characters, but up until now my speciality has been horses. Ooh, nice. Like, household objects, weapons, machinery, vehicles. A little bit of everything. Just making some last decisions. Household object, a random flanged mace on the table, lava lamp. Okay. So you've been dabbling in a bunch of different things. Nice. That's really cool. Working on a whole cafe. Oh, nice. Yeah, to be able to build your own environments is really cool. I've dabbled a little bit in 3D environment work as well. Yeah, it's when you're doing those custom little bits of decor, especially, it gets really interesting. And remaking my layout, which is a bunch of tangled vines and flowers. Ooh, yeah. Foliage in 3D is always an interesting thing. Foliage in 3D is wild. It makes me respect and appreciate tools like Blender's geonodes, where you can kind of set up a vine piece and then chain it along a path to get those tangles in place. She says as if she's been able to do it herself. I have not yet been able to do it myself. Okay. Sorry, choking on air. I'm doing it with a Bezier curve. I don't know how to use geonodes. Yeah. Yeah, no, close enough. Close enough. It's all just transferring one mesh to another. GeoNodes is basically just another way of doing it instead of using the modifiers tab. But basically GeoNodes is modifiers, so. Okay, I need to get this idea in my head. I don't necessarily want to do another punch in this batch, but maybe. Maybe. Let's do something a little bit more cheerful. Sort of like a victory A punch, maybe. Okay. I've got the idea then. And we begin. Go! You can do your drawing. I believe in you. Thank you! Thank you! I'm not happy with that head angle. Pull that more that way. There we go. Let's angle this out a little bit more. Time check, 11:45, cool. Okay, scale. Okay, clear that. It would help if I had the right brush selected. Please and thank you. I can just not select every brush except the one I'm trying to pick. Please and thank you. There we go. Okay, yeah, that. Open that up. Okay. Time check, 8.5 minutes, okay. So far so good. Okay, clean that out. Okay. Do that way a little bit. There we go. Fail. Six minutes. Wait. I keep hitting the button on that thing by accident. Okay, 4 minutes left. Pipes, the prison called work has released thy shackles. Now it is upon myself to find solace in power nap instead of the local tram line. Nice! Enjoy your nap in the tram. How has your day been, Rhea? It's been good. It's been good. Except for the fact that a window in my house got blown out by the wind this day. It's been pretty uneventful. Which is always nice. It's when there's something uneventful. An uneventful day is usually a blessing. Powerful storm, eh? Stay safe. Full tune in again nature. Okay, you do that. You do that. Yes. Yeah. Not even a storm. It's just windy. Nose is still too long. Time check. A minute. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going into overtime again. Okay, there we go. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. And we are going now into our 5 minutes of overtime. Okay. Okay. Now 5. What did I do with that one? Did it also? I did 50 on the basket. And 50. Time check, 30 seconds. Ack! No. I'll be running late again. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, and I know I'm over time now, but just got one last detail to add before it is matching, and that is going to be okay. And that is pretty much it. Ah, something is just not looking right though. Something is not looking right here by the store there. Let me repair this because otherwise I'm not going to be happy sending this to my client. That looks better. Although I'm not actually sure I'm convinced with that angle on that mouth. There. Perfect is the enemy of good, let's go. Leave it there. Okay. Save. Alright, that is it for our timed sketches. That's our warm-up, basically. I hope we're all doing okay still. Are we all holding out okay? I just want to make sure. I knew I was in the correct place. There we go. Okay. Sorted. Okay. So, Ida is sorted for now. Save button. Now let's switch over to our iterations for hype and start with putting together a mannequin. So I'm going to call this layer inks and I'm going to create a folder. This is going to be sketch. This is going to be mannequin. Okay. Sketch. There we go. Okay. So, the mannequin for hype. Let's lay that down first. I'm just going to open up over in his folder the references that I've got. Pessimistic hype, there we go. Character design, references. Okay. Just to get my proportions right. Okay. Alright, almost there with the mannequin. Just move and scale slightly. Move that up. Let's just get rid of our top marks there because I don't actually need those. Okay. So we've got a slightly stockier bull. Relatively high chest. Oh, relatively high chest peak, at least. Still, yeah, the lower pectoral is still going to be about halfway down there. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Okay. I'm following, for this character design, I'm following an actual photographic reference for the facial features, so I don't need to iterate on that too much. Ella, what's going on there? Brush density. Wrong color, that's why. Head shape. Pretty stable. Okay. And I just want to doubly check that I've got this right here, because I don't think I do yet. Yeah, inner corners and outer corners are about the same height. Inner corners of the brow pretty low. Nose shape is got a little bit of a rise. Okay, then mouth shape, slight down in the middle. Fairly narrow lips. Okay. What's the brow? Forward, not very far. Brows don't project very far forward at all. Okay. Okay, that should give us enough to work with for a start. Okay. full size on my reference so I can see what I'm doing again. Pitch down. Okay. And here, let me just check. That'll do the trick there. M. Young, I have a commission. Then please consider checking out my region. You'll see the link in the bottom of the screen and also in the video description. I do not take commission requests live on stream in the descriptions because otherwise things get crazy and lost. So please direct all commissioning queries to my VJ page. Although I'm pretty sure. Oh, look. I am pretty sure, I'm pretty sure. Just checking something here quickly. Feet are such a pain to draw, but it's fine. I just need to have something on the mannequin. It will probably get masked out anyway. I'm not too concerned. There we go, there we go. Okay. Alright, that is the majority of our mannequin in place. Now I just need to fill in the facial details. Okay. She's taller. Here we are. And that's a hydrate reminder, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and let's take a sip. Coffee, my favorite thing. I'm going to actually down it quickly because it is now at that awkward 15-minute plus age where... No, it's half an hour old coffee now. Which means that if I leave it be for the next hydrate, it is going to be room temperature, and that is bad. So I'm going to quickly have my coffee. Eek. Let me just throw my blanket over my shoulders again. Yuck. There we go. Where I am, it is winter time. Rapidum. Let's just get this head shape right. Izzy Dorman, hello, hello, welcome in, good to see you. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things, and we are doing character design commission work. This day, how are you doing? I love the sketch. Thank you. Thank you. We are almost done with our mannequin, off of which we can put our first outfit iteration. The character in question today is Pessimistic Hype, who is currently taking a nap on a tram. We are doing his character design for his VTuber / PNG tuber. And it's very, very exciting to be able to work with one of my regulars once again. One of our chat regulars. And help put a face to the name. Yay! Yes. Fun times. I will be collaborating with Hype on Thursday for a Uma Musume watch-along stream, so that's going to be exciting too. I love your character, by the way. Thank you so very much. I'm glad you like it. I am my own design and model mama as well, so I appreciate that very, very much. Okay, we are just about there. We're just about there. Let me just check. That looks right. Proportionally. How does that fare? I think it's just about there, yeah. I think I've given him a little bit more cotton. What is there on my reference? Hold up. He's got just a little bit too much cough going on here. And a little bit too much on the inner arm on this side. That one looks about in proportion. Okay, we are there. We are there with our mannequin. So now what we can do is we can grab everything outside. Expand selection area by 1 pixel. Invert. Fill. Let's just pull that with white. Okay. By the way, did you ever hear about murder drones? Not specifically, but they are not a very far-fetched idea. Why is that a yippee? That does not sound like the sort of thing that should be a yippee. I mean, I like my action manhwa as much as the next person, but that should not be a yippee. Do not send to canvas. Okay. Okay, then we're going to go put this in sketch group. Call this one IT1. Then another one, inks. Coal. Right, so that's iteration 1. Duplicate. IT. Let's call this one IT2. And duplicate and call this one IT3. Iteration 3. There we go. Grab those two. Sorry, I have no social skills. I don't know how to start conversations. You know what? Don't stress about it. In my stream, we are not forced to talk all the time. I have a bunch of lurkers. I'm never gonna expect people to talk if they don't want to talk. We are here for shared productivity, for creative vibes. If you have questions about what we're doing on stream in terms of the art stuff going down, or my thought process or whatever, please feel more than free to ask about how we're doing stuff, or why we're doing stuff, or why we're going through things the way that we do. And who knows? Even if you just need something in the background for whatever it is that you're working on in your side of the world, we are chill. You don't need to feel pressured at any point. Okay, so the first iteration I've actually already got half designed, because why? We used this for our schedule graphic for this week, and it's also on the thumbnail for the collab. So, I'm gonna start with basically copying that directly onto our mannequin number 1. So, we've got a couple of non-negotiables on our sketch. And that first non-negotiable is going to be the ribbon tie instead of any other sort of fastening for the shirt. There we go. You're so good at art. Thank you so very much. I have been practicing for very, very, very many years. Underrated? I am glad you think so. I am glad you think so. Okay, so let's go with that. Now, hype is very much persona themed, so we are kind of following the design rules for that. Okay, he's not kind of persona themed, he is entirely persona themed. So that goes up a little bit more like that. Yeah, that should do the trick. No extra there. Sharp corner on this side. Rounded on this side. Alright. Now on the jacket, this is going to come low to about there. There we go. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That works. And clear this section. Sorry, my mom called. No stress. If you need to step out at any point for whatever reason, do not feel pressured to tell me about it either. Literally, people drop in and out all of the time, so you do not need to make known when you leave, when you come in, blah. This is a completely no pressure environment on that front. So if you've got to step out, you can just step out quietly. No one will know that you're not just lurking. No one will know. Not even me. And I'm not going to get upset either. Which is... if that's what you're scared about, don't freak out, because I know life happens and it's chaotic, and just when you start to settle in for things, interruptions happen. I know that very, very well. So, we're chill. We're super chill. Now, in terms of the fit, we want the shoulder to not be too high up. Because then what will happen is that it will pull very, very strangely on the drape. So we want that corner to be seated just basically at the corner of the deltoid. I really try to make friendships online, but I kind of suck at talking. Yeah, friendships online are generally tricky to make. That is a guaranteed fact. But I suppose the same is true for in the flesh as well. It's also not easy, necessarily. But we do what we can, I suppose. First things first, clear that. I knew it was going to do that. Okay. Alt, cut that off. Okay. Just move that in a smidge, like so. Okay. And just adjust our line angles here. There we go. So what's your favorite song? I do not have a favorite song. I have a great many that I'm fond of, but I am very bad at favorites. I am very, very, very bad at favorites. In general. It's not something that it's not something that I can say, specifically this or that. Because everything is context-based. So, yeah. Okay, you go do what you need to do. You do not need to make excuses if you need to go anywhere. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. And good luck with what you need to do, and rest well when you get to it. See you tomorrow if you'll stream. I am continuing streaming tomorrow as well, yes. You can check out my schedule on my profile page in the community tab. You'll find everything for the week over there. Rest well. Okay, let's just turn mannequin opacity down to 20. There we go. Now, shoes. One of my weaknesses. In terms of things that I need to get better at designing is shoes. Men's dress shoes come in various forms. So let's see. Let's try for this one. The classic. I can't remember how the top of this cutwork generally goes again. Not that I'm particularly fond of the idea of that being actually visible at this point, because nothing is quite so much of a pet peeve for me and suits as when you can see the angle on a formal suit. It's just, it never looks right. It looks like a school child whose mother hasn't gotten around to acquiring a uniform that actually fits the kid yet, because they've gone through a growth spurt. Okay, that will be good enough for that. Inks, let's come over here to this brush. There we go. Actually, let's start with the shoes, get those out the way. I'm not going to be terribly pedantic about my line work here because these are just iterations. It's all about getting ideas down, not necessarily having full illustrations. Which means I shouldn't actually even necessarily have a sketch layer. I'll take that away for the other two. I think. No. I won't take it away, just in case I need it for structural things. But I'm not going to rely on it. Thankfully for this iteration, I'd already done all of the thinking work for the thumbnail, so I don't need to actually think all that hard. I'm just putting it on the mannequin. And that's a hydrate, so everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. And you know I said that I was going to finish the coffee? I never did, so now it's cold. Aye. And now it's gone. Okay. Okay. There we go. Almost got that line. Come on. At least I'm gonna get it, okay? Now, one thing that I did not put on the illustration for the thumbnail, which this jacket desperately needs, is pockets. Because a jacket without pockets is half useless. I think I've got that the wrong way around. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Yes, I have got that the wrong way around. Now the thing with a good, well-tailored suit is that there are going to be practically no creases. Or very, very few, and only at high tension points. That in a neutral state, a well-tailored suit is going to hang pretty straight on everything and look really sharp and crisp. which is what we want to achieve, is a nice, sharp, and crisp look. Now what did I have here? I had this. It's basically an outer panel. So that would just be a fold. But it wouldn't be seam. Seam. Paste. Okay. Now there needs to be some inside the leg. And no visible hem stitches. Okay. Okay, let's hide those two iterations. Grab everything outside. Expand our selection by 1. Invert and fill. Wow, that is a loud color. Let's hide you for a second. Hide, hide, hide. I want to grab our raw colors off of this because these look good. Okay, I'm going to start with that as our base. Then clear and apply. That in key locations. Like that. Lock capacity, grab that. Fill. Fill. Let me just check that there was something in the commission request briefing regarding the shoes, because I can't recall. Hold up, over here. I actually need to move iteration 2 and 3 because their mannequins are missing information, mainly skin color information. So lock that opacity, grab the skin color, fill like so, throw those on again, come back here, grab beard color information. Okay, come back here, sketch brush. Right, Slayer. Let me grab these. Okay, mannequin sorted. Now duplicate. Iteration 2. Grab those and clear. And duplicate. Iteration 3. Okay. Okay, hide iteration 1, hide that. Mannequin, hide the soul for now. Color, clear. Bring that down to Dean, I think. Okay. Now, let's see what we can do for iteration number 2. What looks different? So we do know that for the foundation of the look we want a suit. That is a 3-piece with a waistcoat. That is the absolute foundation of what we're going for here. Now we can start to play around with that a little bit more. So, keeping with the waistcoat idea, let's try with 2 rounded bottom corners. And once again, the non-negotiable is the collar and the ribbon tie. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, paste that, get rid of you, pull you across. And I'm going to tweak this one, little bits at a time. Why? Because that is probably the easiest way of handling this for now. So the non-negotiables. Copy. And into iteration 3. It's back here again. So our non-negotiables are collared shirt and ribbon tie. So let's first ink those in. put a button on there. And here what I want to do with the shirt is I want to actually have the buttons hidden. And let's see. For this one, let me go with I like this sort of a length in terms of the jacket, because I think if I make it any shorter it's going to not necessarily flatter his body shape very much. So I want to keep this sort of a length here. Actually, I'm going to try something else. I wanted to try something where I basically put the collar on the waistcoat rather than on a jacket. So reduce the number of layers that we're dealing with. And in that case, I'm going to make this one a double-breasted version. Like that. I'm gonna go with Let me retain the turn up lapel. The high angle lapel looks good, but I want to change how I handle the trim on it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the trim. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Krahazik, hello, hello, welcome in, good to see you. How goes? No. Like that, and let's do so. Like that. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be double boosted. This needs to come and cut in a little bit deeper. Okay, that's something that it's going to need more something. It's going to need something more. It's also going to want pockets. At least like that. Okay. This is definitely calling for this sort of sleeve cuff. On a shirt. Aye. Safely returned home, yay! How's the creative chaos going so far? So far so good. I have got the first iteration that we used for our thumbnail for this week captured. I'm currently working on thumbnail, or on iteration number 2. Trying something a little bit vastly different. Let's just hide iteration number 3 so I can't get lost looking at it. But I'm glad you returned home safely and in one piece, and that I hope you enjoyed your little nap on the tram. Ooh, yes. So far, so good. I want to give you decent options to choose from and see what vibes with you and what vibes less. More than good? Yay! That is fantastic news. More than good is always a great place to be. When I saw the collab drawing yesterday, I was literally so excited. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Okay. So structurally that's a good starting point, I think, for the waistcoat only version. Let's see what we can do with trousers. That's going to be interesting. So, you gave me notes. You gave me notes over here. And detail 01. Which one is that? That one. Okay, okay. Okay, I gotta be very careful to not accidentally plagiarize this a little bit. Okay. But, no, I don't think I'm in danger of plagiarizing this one too badly. Okay. Because what I can do is I can change the cut of the waistcoat in its entirety from that one. Because that one's got a completely different closure. Let's talk about it! Hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Now, I think here, once again, the first thing I need to look at is which iteration of shoe we're gonna go with. iteration 1 is very much formal suit. Iteration 2 has a little bit more scope for breaking formality, just a smidge. So let's see. Let me think. Skinny pants are not gonna work, I don't think. The shoes are probably one of the things I've got the least idea about. Yeah, the thing with this art style, or the art style that Persona uses, is that the shoes kind of disappear. You only kind of see a little bit of highlight here and there to give you a half an idea that, oh, there is probably some sort of shiny material, assumably leather there, but you've literally only got a silhouette to work with because everything from the knee down is pure black. Let's think, what can we do? Let's go with, let's with this one do something more of a moccasin cut, I think. Because then we can add a little bit of trim detail to that as well. I'm gonna be hiding this later, but I at least then know more or less what I'm aiming for. Oh, I see buying a book in my future. I've been putting it off for a while, but I actually want to get some books on historical dress and formal attire throughout the ages. Basically tailoring reference material. Because for this sort of work, it is exactly the sort of thing that I could draw from to help get more at least have a broader range in the visual library to draw from. I'd really like to get a book like that, even if it's an ebook. If I can just find one. I need to do the research in terms of outfitters' manuals, I suppose you could call it. Okay, so I've got the top half and I've got the bottom. Now I just need the bit in the middle. Okay. Let's do something with a middle seam piping, because that will visually narrow the legs as well. Alright. I'm probably going to want some sort of a texture on the outer panel, just that it doesn't feel boring. Let me see. I want to add some sort of... I do want to add a wrist pocket here. I will, if we use that, put the proper chain brush on that so that we can see that as a chain more clearly. Okay. So cufflinks. And then. Let's see. If I hide the mannequin for a bit, just make it full opacity, hide that. Okay, hide iteration number 1. No, before I do that, let me just grab that color again. Grab outside. Expand by 1. Invert. I want to grab the black, not the blue. Select, reselect. And fill. There we go. Grab you. Grab that. Have that. Nearly got this sorted. Okay, that's also working out so far so good. I think it's still on brand. I think. Okay, that works. That's a good second iteration, I think. Although I think maybe these, the armbands need to be silver. The armbands need to be silver, otherwise it's just too much blue. Because there is also silver as an option. Unless gold? Gold. Gold is more on brand. Okay, I'm happy with that for a second iteration. Okay, how are we all doing? Are we surviving? Save button. Save button is a good idea right this very second. Save button is a very good idea right this very second. Okay, I'm happy with those iterations. So mannequin back down to 15 on number 3. There we go. The non-negotiable is the bow, but I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something, a little bit of a wild card here. I just want to check, and that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I'm just quickly having a read through the brief to see if there's any details that I absolutely have to account for. Okay. So no prescriptions regarding the exact cut of the collar. That's good. That's good. That's good. That means I can do some stuff. Okay. Wait. I'm gonna wildcard this one a little bit. So the previous two were very, quote-unquote safe. Based very much off of the references in the file, but now I'm going to just wildcard it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Rest well. I'm probably gonna change this color. I don't like how low it goes here. I thought it was gonna work, but I don't like it. We can go for a round color instead. This one I'm going to have a slightly narrower shoulder on the waistcoat. Oi. There we go. Okay, that works. Now let's just put this up here. Like so. Aligns the flat of the figure a bit more. Incorporate some angles so that it doesn't look blunt. Okay. Once again. Pockets of some of the most versatile details that you can possibly add to an outfit. Because they're always useful. Now, let's see about this shirt. Hmm. I can probably get away with it. Probably. Let me hold off on that idea until I just gotten a bit further down the line, because it can either look good or it can look really off-brand. And I'm already not happy with this collar again, so let me just get rid of it again. Because I'm not happy with this collar in its entirety. The round collar looked too feminine, and I did not like that. And I'm also not happy with the mantle seam, that's also not vibing. Whatever we do has to be flattering and masculine. Put the seam here. I kind of wanted to do something with epaulets, but I can't see a place where it works. Let's think. I want to do something like... The piping here is a bit thick, but I will try my best to ignore that for now. Let's do something a little bit less formal. And roll these sleeves up. Yeah? Let's do something a little bit less formal. Because why? I have not seen that happening much. And nothing screams bartender quite like rolled up sleeves. Am I right? And this one is really going to be a wild card. In a lot of ways, I think. I think I'm cursed. I try to stay as far away from horse girls, yet I'm getting recommended so much horse girl stuff. I understand. Thankfully, we are so close to being able to unspoilerify ourselves. I don't think that the game stuff is going to spoil much for the movie, at the very least, based off of what little I've seen of it. Because I'm pretty sure the movie is pretty much going to follow an independent plot. So, we should be okay. We should be okay. I had to tune off the second iteration, but gosh, so good. Rio looks so fancy. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm trying to do something slightly more casual for the third iteration. Because that'll give us a couple more options to play with. But yeah, you're going to have no shortage of options to pick and choose from to see what you like. I don't think you're gonna have any issue getting options out of this lot. Yeah. These pants I'm gonna make chinos, I think. Yeah, these are gonna be chinos. less formal than suit trousers. Still formal looking, but less so than suit trousers. Okay, then here, outlining. I won't take the risk and look at the game even after the movie. I might be interested in just trying. Okay. Yeah. I will admit I've just recently started playing the game just to get myself a little familiar with the franchise. So that I'm not completely lost, because you never know when a film starts with you having some baseline knowledge of what's going on in the franchise. Otherwise, yeah, that's something that sometimes happens. Yeah, that definitely does look less formal. Okay. But yeah, I'm not... For example, from what I've seen of the game, we haven't even at least seen the character who's on the main poster, so... Oh, you can teach me during the yapping session then? Oh, I've not gotten good enough to even... I've barely oriented myself enough to be able to explain it in broad strokes, let alone teach the game. Okay, let's do dock sides, maybe? Yeah, something with a flat sole. Yeah, dock sides. Also, less formal. Also more of a moccasin sort of a cut, but... Now if I can just remember how these things look. Farley! Hello, hello! Welcome in! Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. I am doing well today. Thank you so much. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to have you joining us today. I'm doing alright, struggling through some art myself. Oh my word. Good luck. These look great so far. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we are busy doing design iterations for Hype here. So that we can finalize a character design. And that's gonna be fun. I couldn't have chosen a better artist for a ref sheet. Ah! I'm so glad. I'm so glad you think so. I am honored. that is the thought. Okay, yeah. Something a little bit more simple. Yeah, it's maybe not a bad idea. Let's close the seam. Make this a bit more obviously elastic, I think. There we go. Something a little bit less formal. Hide the mannequin for a second. Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? I just want to check on a reference here quickly on the interwebs is that I've got the right pocket information and seam information. Images. I've not yet got the right information. Hold on. I have not got the pocket in the right place. Why? Because that is for jeans. Chinos have pockets on the side. Chinos have side pockets in that seam. And are more likely to be worn with a belt. Izzy, welcome back. Okay, I think we're there. On the line work for this one. So now let's just grab our black again. Hide that. Grab outside. Expand by 1. Invert. Fill. Show that. Make full color again. Okay, so now let's see. Lock. I want to go and make the shirt base color blue. I know, radical, isn't it? I've got an issue here with my inking. I've got an issue with my inking here. Undo, 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 undo. Radical, let's make this the brighter color. Gasp. Absolutely radical. It's very nice that you get the trademark tie strings. Well, you did say in the briefing that you very much wanted to retain the ribbon tie. So the ribbon tie would stay. As a non-negotiable. Actually, I prefer that with the black trim. It's nice. It looks nice with black trim. I did. I can't even remember anymore. I've written up so much. You did indeed say that you wanted to have you did say that you wanted to retain the whatchamacallit. Ribbon tie. Words, they sometimes elude us. Yes, they do indeed. Very embarrassing when they do, but you know what? You do what you can. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to very sneaky do a line of top stitch. I think that's what I'm going to do here. Subtlety. And here on the elastic, that blue, the color. There you go. And also on the waistband beneath the belt. Subtlety on the pants, but it's there. I'm actually going to include I'm going to get rid of the top stitching on the side seam, but I'm going to put a line. Top stitching down there. Get rid of the dots because they're not going to be necessary. Okay. Happiness is. I think that is fair for that, for the most part. Now, being the most casual pair of pants here, as the chinos, combined with the dockside sneakers. I'm thinking. I half want to put a lanyard of some description. I want to just check against something here first, if that's going to be a little bit too much. What we've done is we've gotten 3 outfits that have gotten progressively less formal. That's what we've achieved. Yeah. Whoops. So let me think. What can we do to bring a little bit more of this blue and gold detail down onto the leg? Because this is not an outfit style that I think unless there is a belt loop here. Let me apply a carabiner. Something that Polly has brought to my attention. Have you ever heard of the aphantasia test? That's the test where you determine whether or not you can picture things in your mind, isn't it? I've heard I've seen a couple of varieties of the aphantasia test floating around the internet, but I've not personally taken a formal one. But I do know that such a thing exists. This is going to be the opportunity here to apply a little bit of a reference. So we're going to add a key ring. It is, how clearly can you see things with your mind's eye, especially when coming up with a drawing? Yeah, it depends entirely on my side, on the subject matter at hand. Obviously, the more I've studied a thing, the more clearly it gets registered in my mental library. So the less I need to get visual reference to be able to picture the thing. It's a familiarity thing on my side more than a more than anything else, because I do know that there is a Fantasia of the sort that you literally just, if you hear the word apple, you cannot even see in your mind's eye a picture of an apple. You just, okay, you said the word apple. Is that supposed to mean anything in specifically? Blah. I know there are some people who have that form of aphantasia. I am thankfully not one of them. Okay. Mole keychain? Mole keychain. Yes, you're getting a mole keychain in this version. Because, come on. If you're going to have a less formal outfit, why not include another reference, right? I'm gonna include another one. That keychain is such a good idea. I'm glad, I am glad. But anyway, aphantasia, I was talking to Farley that in my very untrained eye, watching you draw seems very methodical and with purpose. Ah, well, you would not be wrong. It is definitely methodical with how I'm going about things. Joshua, hello, hello. They call me the Great Lurker. Well, I have been lurking. I hope you have been having a good day as well. Thank you so much for the lurk, Joshua. It is fantastic seeing you. Welcome in, welcome in. Or, thank you for making your presence known, rather, because you've been here a while. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It has been a good day so far, and I hope you've been having a good day as well. Oh, she said hi. I scared. No, don't be scared. I'm not that intimidating, surely. Right? Oh no. Am I that intimidating? I'm sorry. Okay. There we go. Lurkers need appreciation? Lurkers need all of the appreciation because you guys are the best. I do not want anyone to think that I do not appreciate my lurkers because you guys are contributing more than you will ever know. I'm a professional cool guy. That you are. That you are. Okay. I am happy. Super formal, slightly formal, slightly casual. I think we've got a good selection for you to work with, Hype. I think we've got a good selection for you to work with. There is a lot going on between these, so I'm gonna send this through to you so you can do your picking and choosing, mull over it for a while, see how you feel about things. No rush on your end to have your decisions on what you would like to see spliced together by any specific date, I think. Take your time, think about it, and we can always chop and change and splice things and try things out a little bit in the next assembly phase. We are going to keep the cap in reserve for optional extras, and you've got the reference for your glasses in the submitted resources as well, so that is going to go on the ref as is. I'm going to basically just give those a copy one-to-one. But yeah, so don't feel pressured. I was going to work on commissions again tomorrow, but if you are not ready with selections by then, I am not in a hurry for it. So take your time, make sure that you're happy with your decisions, and then we will move on from there. And somehow, I think that I've missed a hydrate. I'm pretty sure I missed a hydrate at some point, but it's fine. Yeah, so we've got this sorted. I'm happy. If Hype, you're happy with the iterations, then I'll send these through to you. And then, yeah. That's one victory for the day. This week could get a little tight time-wise, but I'll try to look through it and give thoughts as best I can. No stress, no stress. The deadline that the system produced for us for this is... middle September, so we have got time to mull. So if you only get around to it next week, it's not a pain, it's not a problem. So yeah, you can chill. Tomorrow I'll see what I work on tomorrow. I'll probably I will probably I might actually work on our pre-made VTuber because we haven't been working on that guy for a while. We haven't worked on our pre-made guy for a while, and I need to continue his rig. What's on my to-do list with him, actually? I can't even remember. To-do list, where are thee? Where are thee? You are in Habitica. Can take that off. Iteration 1 I can check off, iteration 2 I can check off, iteration 3 I can check off. I've got to do the hair parts of the head to install. Okay. Huh, okay. So we're gonna probably do live 2D rigging tomorrow. We're probably gonna do live 2D rigging tomorrow unless I get another commission in the next 12 hours. Okay, save button. And our customary watermark goes over there. Okay. File, export PNG. Output size. This should not be in millimeters, pixels. Let's make this okay, that'll do. Right. So those are also ready for delivery. So let me just quickly export these. File, export. This is number 3. Save. Here we go. Export PNG. And this is number 2. Save. Same settings on the scale. There we go. Our Carnotaurus friend, Ida the Great. He got a sketch batch that we started the evening with, so let us go with that. And wait, did I sign number 3? I can't remember if I signed number 3. Did I? Yes, I did. Okay. Hopefully that should give him some options to work with as well. Okay. This is my favorite of this batch. I'm gonna leave it on this one. Save. This is my favorite of this batch. The fact that the tail and the fist kind of line up in a line of action is kind of interesting. I did not plan that, but I'm not gonna complain about it. Okay. Orange juice. Happy little accidents? Yeah. Don't you just love those? Has this orange juice got something in the bottom of it? Wait. Yes, it has. Okay. There's medicine in the bottom of this. Immune boosters! Yay! Why? Because we're in winter. And we need immune boosters. Lovely. Let me just put a little bit of water in this so that the pulp does not turn into concrete. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay. So that is pretty much the evening's work sorted in 4.5 hours. Please stand. So basically 4 hours of work. Surprise, surprise. Let me think. So let's quickly just send these through. Oh wait, I've got to glaze Peter's stuff first, so let me just drop this over here. Where is my folder? Yeah. Iterations, drop that in here. Let it load and send. Okay, just checking something really quickly to make sure. I just need to check something quickly. Come on. Screenshot, thank you. Just checking. There was just something I could not ignore for a second there. Okay. I'll be lurking for a while longer to do some stuff on the side. Thanks for the amazing work already. No problem. I am glad you like how it's going. Okay, so Ida, I will glaze his stuff and send that through. Now I'm just going to close all of these references because I don't need them right now. I do not need to save that. I can close that because I don't need it right now. I can close those because I don't need them right now. Oi. Close. Let's see. What other jobs are on my to-do list? Wait. I've got the stuff for our pre-made VTuber, and I've got... I could do... I don't really want to work on character design stuff right now. You know, I'm gonna work on that other illustration a little bit. I'm gonna work on the other illustration a little bit. I'm gonna work on my original character illustration for a little bit. With Cadigan. I think that's what I'm gonna do for a little bit. My Kirin child. Ah, yes, this is where I was. Let's see if I can just quickly remind myself what methodologies I was using on this painting. Okay. Let's make that a normal layer. That color. Make a multiply layer again. It looks like I'd started off with sort of a cell shading thing just to get an idea of what I was doing. So we keep on with it. And I will deliver Ida's sketches to him at the end of the stream, because I need to glaze those first. Now, here, the light is coming from there, so we're gonna have shadow crossing here, and we're gonna have shadow crossing here. Now, is that really burnt in? Yes, it is. Okay. 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 There we go. Okay, that's working so far, so good. Let me do this. I want to go grab that, and I want to invert it and delete everything outside on all of those layers, right? Okay. So now if I unclip that and I hide that, okay. I should now be able to unclip all of those and hide the base. I want to be a little bit less reliant on my inks on this. There we go. Yes, this is what I wanted to get right. Okay, the elbow floof is getting there. Okay, now we do the same thing down here. I actually want to just grab everything. Select color damage. Like that. Okay. Let me just pull that like so. So now that should not be so desaturated and rare. Kind of dead looking. Because I'm not in the game of dead looking colours. Okay. I'm taking my time with this because I'm not on any deadline, so I can take my time to really render this thing out to my heart's content and experiment with it. Which is something that I don't actually give myself an opportunity to do all that often, so spending the time is maybe not a bad idea for a change. And it's a lot of interesting shapes in terms of the fur and a lot of different materials as well, so it's actually also a good study. There's so many different textures here between the different lengths of fur going on, and the horns and the hooves, and what's happening in the background. All of that madness. Because I'm also testing this methodology out a little bit because I want to potentially also use this for the picture that we're going to be working on Wednesday. Apollyon Live, hello, hello, welcome in, and thank you for the raid. Greetings, everyone. Greetings. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and done with commissions for the evening, and just working on a little bit of personal art for a little bit. It's good to see you. Thank you for the hit pats. Although I think my hit pats are still broken. Whoopsie. I think my hit pads are still broken. I will fix those eventually. I'll try to do that in the morning. Let's fix the head pads. How are you doing, Apollyon? How was your stream? What were you guys up to? We were playing Expedition 33. Oh, nice. Was a lot of fun? Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm glad you guys had fun. Okay. Let me grab the loud green, make it a bit louder there. Okay. Grab that, and let us begin easing this in here, because I'm not entirely sure I want to go all the way down before I've done that. Lock opacity here. There we go. Eek. Like that. Okay, that works. I'm in the process of tidying up a bunch of clumps of fur, so it's a bit of a rendering process we're going through. Like that. There we go. There we go. Nope. Okay, now let's see. Right, right. Gonna run, Harry. Have an amazing stream. Your art looks amazing as usual. Thank you so much, Apollyon. Thank you so much for dropping in. I really appreciate it. Go and rest well. Do the things you need to do. And thank you so much once again for the raid. I really appreciate it. And there's a hydrate. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. I'm not going to be able to do much on this particular illustration tonight, I don't think. Before I run out of stream hours for this day. But it'll be good to at least get some progress on it, I think. How many hours have I actually been drawing on this thing? 4? 5? Almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours. And thank you again for the headbats, which are still broken. I need to fix those. I need to fix those. I know how I need to go about it, but I just need to spend a couple of minutes. I know what the problem is. Like this. Okay, so that works for that. Save button is probably a good idea. Let's see. I just want to come over here very quickly. I just want to pan this way a little bit. Okay. Kalix, hello. Hey there, sweetie, how have you been? I'm doing well, thank you. It's been a really busy last week and a bit, but we are back, and I'm glad to be back. And we're being productive. And I'm glad to see you, so how have you been as well? My wallet is crying? Oh no, why is your wallet crying? I just went all in on stream summer sale. Oh. You have my condolences. I hope you enjoy it, but, ouch. I can understand the wallet being in a state of panic at this point. I understand that. There we go. Nothing serious though? Oh, okay. As long as your finances are not so severely damaged that you are in actual trouble, all is well. About $100 down. Okay, but in which currency? Because that can mean there's something vastly different between USD and pesos. Or whatever your another third world currency might be, like South African rands. USD? Okay. Yeah, because depending on the currency that you're talking about, that can mean something vastly different. 100 USD down in my books is like more than I've ever spent on getting other people to draw for me in my entire lifetime. I've not been able to afford that. I think I have spent a total of I think I've only ever commissioned one artist to draw anything for me in my entire VTubing career of like 4 years now. And that was $50 for 5 emotes once. And I was scrounging up for a while to be able to afford that. So yeah, my relationship with currency is a little bit different. Want to know the haul? Sure, why not? The latest Need for Speed game, Unbound, Assassin's Creed, the Black Flag, and French Revolution. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Okay, yes, and then Silent Hill 2. They can't top it all. Oh, nice. That is a huge haul. Wow. Like, of that, the only one on my wish list is the Final Fantasy VII game. But that's a solid haul. Okay, slowly but certainly we're getting there. Was looking to pull some holes in my games library. Don't have a driving game on there that I was really happy with, and I'm someone that just loves to hop into just ride around with some games. Ah, I see. I can imagine that being a nice way to just decompress the brain a little bit. Just ride around. Without necessarily paying the fuel bill of doing so in the real world. Because yikes, that's expensive. Wasn't much horror games either yet, so Silent Hill made sense, though I am a bit squeamish. I mean, if you're not really into it, then I don't think there's any reason to necessarily force yourself. If you enjoy it, then that's up to you, but I don't think one ever needs to necessarily buy a thing just because one quote-unquote ought to have played a thing. I think that's a very... I wouldn't say closed, but it's a bit of a weird way of... I want to build up courage. Yeah, but is it necessary though? Like, I have very mixed feelings about the horror genre because I know there are psychological studies that prove that it's actually not bad to engage in horror media, blah blah blah. But I do think that what horror media you get involved in is something that one needs to be a little bit mindful of. Because, yes, confronting one's inner demons in consumable ways that are safe is not a bad thing. I think sometimes exposing yourself to unnecessary paranormal nightmare fuel is maybe sometimes not healthy. So I'm personally picky about that. Like, if I had to do anything in the horror genre, I'd be much more comfortable with dealing with psychopathic serial killers than anything paranormal. Horror is one of those things that games do extraordinarily well, more so than movies and shows. Yes, because with movies and shows you can sort of read the script and know exactly, okay, within the next 5 seconds there is going to be this thing or that's going to happen, and it's going to end badly. With games, and they very much you are in it and controlling it yourself, there is a lot more tangible... Yeah, the interactive nature requires your action. Exactly. The world does not exist without your action, really. So the way that you behave is going to influence everything, so it can't get scripted in the same predictable way. And I mean, sure, some things are predictable to a degree, but it's different. There's a lot that I'd love to eventually experience. Yeah, it's fair, it's fair. You are right there. I'm someone that definitely psychs myself out to IRL when I think about spirits and stuff. Yeah. I'm particularly cautious about it because I know it's real, or I believe it to be real. So, yeah, think what you will. So there are some things that I don't want to mess with. And I just don't want to mess with it. How confident are you that it's real? Fairly confident. Fairly confident. Like, I have my personal reasons for believing so that I don't really want to talk about at this very moment, but okay, how can I phrase that? How are you so confident it's real? Reread. Yes. Thank you. I misread and then caught myself. Yeah. I have okay, I'm gonna phrase it this way. I have faith in God and such, because I have seen divine hand in action in my life, and I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but I have seen that in action, and with that, it's very difficult to believe in the divine without also believing that there is more to the world than the physical what you see. So by extension, I'm personally Christian, so I don't follow that. But when one reads the history and is doing the reading that goes with one's faith, you learn that there are powers at play. Not follow, but do those types of people exist? Yes, there are. It's not called voodoo, but it's pretty close. We've got a couple of shamanistic religions floating around in South Africa amongst the traditionalists. very scary when they are in politics, but let's not go down that road. But anyway, so yeah, it's very difficult to have a faith system and not believe that by inference of believing that there is a God, that there is also other things floating around trying to influence the world. They're usually very secretive and very illegal where I am. And probably a dying breed too because of it. Yeah, third world countries, it's more common to have that sort of religious sect. It's like way more common in third world countries. South Africa's third world? Technically, like it can't. It's developed enough to be classified as quote unquote a developing nation. If you look at the currency strength as the primary indicator, it's nowhere near anywhere as strong as like the US dollar. In terms of, didn't you guys host a World Cup? That does not mean anything. A World Cup does not necessarily make you a first. Hosting a World Cup does not necessarily make you a first world country. And yeah, it's got more to do with your economic infrastructure. Is more of the indication of if you are a first or a third world country. So, are you mostly producing things, or are you mostly exporting raw materials? Are you a country that is a high value consumer, or are you what's your GDP? That's usually a pretty good indicator. Like, literally, the majority of my country is below the breadline. In terms of annual earnings. So, I think youth unemployment, last I checked, was hovering somewhere around 40% youth unemployment. Paycheck to paycheck, you mean? Like, below the breadline means that you can't afford basic commodities. Like, you cannot afford your daily meal. Like, you are dead broke. That's breadline. Is the absolute minimum you need to be able to afford to live. And that's a hydrate, so everyone grab your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Yeah, it's basically that. It's basically that. So, economically speaking, I would guess that South Africa's a third world country, also based off of the maintenance routines of national infrastructure. A first world country will maintain its national infrastructure fairly well, because that is the indicator that the government is proactive and thinking in terms of the longevity of the nation in such a way that it will actually invest back into that which keeps the country functionally operational and economically viable. If you start not maintaining the infrastructure that was invested into the country, then you are on a one-way route to fallen nation. Because if you don't maintain a thing, within 20 years it is going to be in squalor and completely broken and useless, and then things just keep piling up and getting bad and keep getting bad and keep getting bad. So, it's a very... What is a third world country and what is a first world country? I have not actually done the reading on the economics textbooks to be able to give the textbook answer to that. But for me, a lot of it's got to do with income and attitude and maintenance. And unfortunately, my perception of my country is that the attitude towards maintenance is not there on a significant enough level to, maintain a population that can grow in a economically viable way. So yeah, that's politics talk, so I should probably dial that back. What's going on here? Okay. Try that again. Okay. So I've managed to get some work on the fur done. But I think I'm gonna call it there for the night. The fur is definitely looking a lot more polished. On the elbow and tail and by the ankles, so I'm happy that it's not bad for an hour's work on this. I'm just working on this one here and there if I've got extra time after a stream. So there we go. I'm gonna leave you there for today, Cadigan. Just kind of rendering on this one. Eventually it'll be done. But I'm not in a hurry with it. Ay, ay, ay. I think I am at my limit for the day. I am definitely at my limit for the day. Okay. Thank you guys so much for being here with us for our return after a week's absence. I will, in the morning, repair the head pats, which I see are still on version 1.2. I'm currently running model version 1.3, so that's why the water was broken last week, is because I changed to model 1.3 and my item scenes not update alongside that. So I need to just quickly fix that in the morning and make sure that none of the other item scene things have the same issue. And make sure that that links up properly. But yeah, that is for another day. We've managed to do some rendering. I'm a happy camper there. It's mostly for my own satisfaction. This isn't like one of those high impact social media type illustrations. This is more just for me and practice and enjoying drawing one of my characters. But yeah. Tomorrow, if I do not get a new commission in the next 12 hours, chances are tomorrow I will be working on our pre-made VTuber character, who I have not worked on in several months now. So I need to dive back into that guy and keep going on him. Hopefully when I open up Live 2D tomorrow, I will see, okay, this isn't completely terrible. And if that is in fact the case, then we are going to proceed, and it's going to be a little bit of a nightmare fuel in a bunch of levels, probably, because layers are wild. Layers are very, very wild. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. In any case, thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I might change my mind about if we're working on the pre-made. We might work on the Wilhelm and Vance van Creed summer drawing a little bit more tomorrow, if depending on how I'm feeling, really. Depending on how I'm really feeling. and if I get another commission within the next 12 hours or not. So, I exist by my stuff. Thank you guys. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time, cheery bye.